Hello. Thank you for joining me tonight for a game that I hold very dear to my heart. A very scuffed, a very weird, a very quirky, and a game that's basically everything that I am about as a person. I love Illbleed. I love this fucking game. Hello, Panic Stretch. Hello, Scarf the Smith. I can't wait to get into this, but I'm a little bit nervous too about playing it. This is it's a very interesting game. I could explain it here, or I could get into the game itself and let you guys see for yourself if you've never experienced this game before, or maybe never heard of it, or it's basically my favorite Dreamcast game of all time. Yeah, this game is super cheesy, but in a really great cheesy. It's like ultimate B-movie cheesy. I hope my microphone sounds okay. I did a little experimenting with recording while in VR, so I might have fucked up the settings just a little bit. But I think everything sounds okay. If any problems arise, please let me know. And yeah, fall down, bear. An M-rated Goosebumps kind of experience. Yes, kind of, yeah. This game has the Goosebumps stink all over it, but actually like very violent and more gory than Goosebumps would ever be allowed to be. It's an experience. You're seeing a lot of like what kind of happens in the game on the television, but that might be considered spoilers, but I think you're gonna like question like what the hell is this game? What the fuck? You're gonna be more interested in seeing how it even ends up in places like that. It's a great game. Please track it down yourselves and play it, but you're probably gonna have to like pay $200, $400 for a copy of the game, unless you do other means, by which I don't think anyone even knows where the fuck the rights to this game are either. Like Carnival, this shit's like dead and buried, and I don't think it ever has a chance of ever being re-released ever. Also, considering the fact that the guy who, the main director of the game and all that, died of a heart attack, which is, something that makes me incredibly sad, knowing that we were robbed of this genius man and ever getting any more games that were experimental and as crazy batshit as this. And like, damn. There was rumors that there was going to be a original Xbox port of this that would fix up the game a little bit, polish up some of the scuff and rough edges, and breathe some new life into it. But as soon as the creator kind of died of a heart attack, all plans for that kind of fell to the wayside, unfortunately. That's what I've heard, though. I don't necessarily know if that's true, but God, I wish it were true that, like, an Xbox version of this game, that would have been the more definitive version. And this wouldn't be, like, the typical remaster shit. This would be very close to a re-release, basically. Like, the ideal time, if you're, like, alright, you ported it to a console, and then, like, a year or two later, you port it to a new console, and, like, add new content, fix up some stuff that didn't quite work with the original. And, you know, that's like the most ideal way to kind of like remaster a game, like when it's still fresh and not when it's like, you know, the fucking Silent Hill 2 remake that they just announced like fucking 2 decades later, and then they're gonna fucking Hollywoodify it and fucking that remake looks like fucking trash. Alright, let me fix the TV real quick. There we go. So it stops playing Illbleed over and over again. Maybe change the channel. What else is there to say? What else is there to say? Before we hop into the game, I'm very excited to play this on stream. Initially last year, if I had finished my model sooner and been ready to VTube, which I'm very, very, very late to the party. I was working on my shit for like an entire year. I could have just, you know, started with very little and just have a model basically, but I had to go the extra mile to like finish all my shit and kind of make things a little more presentable. I wanted to start during October of 2021, and those plans didn't quite work out. Illbleed was like probably gonna be my debut game. I had to like really think hard about like what game should I play first. But Dynamite Heady was the first game I ever played under this channel now. And I don't regret it, because Dynamite Heady is also a game that I love. It is very important to me in a way. It's okay, my dude, just pretend the remake don't exist and enjoy the original as much as you can. Yeah, I'll enjoy the original as long as the fucking remake doesn't completely eclipse it on internet search engines, which it already feels like it's doing. Anytime they make one of these remakes and they basically go like, we're just gonna call it the same name as the original game. So now all spaces that the original existed in are now going to be buried under 500 million shitty gaming journalist clickbait articles and reaction videos on YouTube of people going, oh my god, Silent Hill 2, I gotta play that. It's that's something that always annoys me. Like, now you're gonna have to like search Silent Hill 2 original to kind of get the results you want. The original isn't allowed to exist in the same space that it existed in prior. I saw that happen with Final Fantasy VII. So yeah, the original exists, but now it's in competition with itself in a inferior remake version. I have very stubborn opinions about this, but I truly believe if you're gonna make a remake of something, just slap remake on the end of the name so we don't have to like have this fucking bullshit. I know there's a Resident Evil remake. I don't think they called it like remake, but it's officially RE and then make, because Resident Evil make. It's like the most perfect remake too. That's like the only good remake in almost all video gaming history. Resident Evil 1. It's but enough of that shit. I didn't stream the Silent Hill experience. I thought all the announcements were dog shit, and the only thing that has my interest is basically Silent Hill F. And even that, I'm a little bit wary of it. Like, everyone's like losing their shit over the Higurashi writer being behind it. But someone like me knows that sometimes a pretty cinematic and a big name behind a project doesn't always equate to a good game or a good story. You could still have someone who's very influential and really good at what they do behind a really bad project that completely fucking falls apart and fails to deliver on every other aspect of itself. So, cautiously optimistic about Silent Hill F, maybe. I don't know, like, how they're gonna relate Silent Hill to, like, a Showa Japan era, so it's kind of like a alternate universe thing, or maybe an offshoot of the cult that started in Silent Hill that moved to Japan and inhabited a village that they call Little Silent Hill or something like that. Who knows? But yeah, we're not here for Silent Hill today. We're here for Illbleed, one of my favorite games of all time. Thank you for the hydrate. I have a Mountain Dew Kickstart, and it is a fruit punch. Because it's red in blood. Illbleed. Haha. Or should I say I have a Hassie. The choice drink of Illbleed. No one's gonna want to remake. No one's gonna want to remaster or remake Illbleed. Trust me. This game wouldn't fucking exist in modern times. Yeah, this game can only exist when it came out, and if the creator hadn't died of a heart attack, we might have even got a sequel. Not just a remaster and port to the original Xbox, but a actual. Because, like, spoilers for the end of, like, the true ending and all that. They do hint that there's gonna be an Illbleed sequel, but it never happened. Because, you know, the unfortunate loss of the creator. Ah, I got my controller. Hey, Xavier. Welcome to the stream. So, I think now would probably be a good time to jump into Illbleed. So, here's the title card. I worked really hard on this, but I feel like I could have done better. I don't know. Maybe I'll make some changes to it later. Oh, I've been good. Hope you've been having a good night as well. Alright, here's the title card real quick. And Illbleed is a very interesting style to trying to capture, at least with my style. I don't think my style really works with Illbleed all that well. I wanted to draw Eriko for the thumbnail, but she's honestly pretty hard to draw. Alright, so if there is any issues with audio balancing, please let me know. I think I got a nice level going here. And I love this intro screen. Let me check something real quick. Okay. And there should be no audio delay. So we're going to do a new game.
For as long as I can remember, my family ran what we called a horror caravan. We hauled this house of horrors around from town to town, trying to give people a new thrill, a new nightmare. I kind of liked traveling, but all that gruesome gore got to me after a while.
She had a
My
fucked up
dad was
childhood.
always conjuring up new devices, tricks, and traps, each one scarier than the last. Guess who he tried them out on? Yep, me. No! I guess it toughened me up a little. I mean, you have to be brave to walk through a den of snakes or try to avoid trapdoors to make it to your room. I was a pretty fearless kid by the time I was 5, thanks to my fearsome father. He fed on others' fears and was never satisfied. My mom couldn't stand how obsessed he'd gotten, so she thankfully divorced him when I was 6. Yet I had gotten attached to horror. I remember how that good old Halloween pillow and a hot red water bath soothed me. I think I might major in child psychology. So, how'd I do?
That was great! I mean, you're the head of the Horror Research Club and...
President of the Student Council. It's a given. You win this speech contest for sure.
Randy's the best character. You'll see why.
What, Michelle? Why didn't you listen to Eriko's speech?
I don't need to. I know she'll win. Here, take a look at this.
Those are guest invitations to Illbleed. How'd you get them?
From a Pepco promotion.
Kill! Look, we can win $100 million there.
You can win $100 million
bucks
there.
To get through the whole park, that is.
No sweat. I'm game if you are.
Sure thing. I'm with ya. Whoa, whoa.
What about you, Eriko?
I think I'll pass. It sounds too good to be true.
Why? You just said in your speech to conquer your fear and surpass the odds. Come on, we can test your theory.
Sounds like we're trying to be superheroes or something.
It's no biggie. It's just a house of horrors. Probably full of cheesy props and gags.
Which proves what's so weird about this. How can a funky place like that afford a $100 million reward?
Who knows? Maybe they'll make it take so long to get through it, everyone will give up, go home, and the horror honchos will end up with a lot of free publicity.
Or else the whole thing is a hoax, and they don't have the money at all.
I agree with him.
I'm down with that.
I'm not voting or going.
For real?
Are you positive?
You sure?
Yep, you heard me.
Okay, Your Highness. Then we 3 humble slaves shall bring back the $100 million, and you'll be sorry.
I can't wait to commune with the undead.
I'd use the money for a chainsaw and hack my way into fame and fear. Ha ha!
Oh, brother. Okay, then. We'll catch you later, Eriko.
Let's go!
They ran right into a brick wall. I love the rainy background, this like area in general. And like the weird music that it has. I've never found an actual MP3 of the music that plays during this scene. So I don't know if it's like just basically made with like whatever sound chip and is like generated as you play the game or something. Like I don't know. It's just not included in any soundtracks.
Excuse me, did you see 3 high school kids around here 3 days ago? They had special invites. What?
Yeah, what? What? Alright, welcome to Illbleed. So I've done my best to kind of get this to run right. I love these guys so much. Just like, okay, Erico is iconic as the character, but then these two are like also like one of the first things that you see as soon as you enter the park. They're pretty important to Illbleed in my opinion. They're like the park mascots, so like I thought they were a good fit for the thumbnail. Okay, I think this is the better camera. So, semi-auto, maybe semi-auto. Trying to think like what works best, but I'll probably be changing the cameras once we get into the game. So I'll show you what's in the visitor bank real quick. Whoa, mama. Oh, hoochie mama. Fucking disgusting. Now, this is an enemy that you see in the game, but like they only appear like twice in like the entire game, if I remember right. And most of the time you're not even gonna like see a close-up of their face or what they look like. There might be some graphical glitches here and there, but it runs nearly identical to how I kind of want it to. So hopefully we don't have any moments where, let's just say, callbacks to the Stretch Pan Extreme, where shit froze, and I'm like, oh fuck. Alright. Welcome to Illbleed. I'm Michael Reynolds, and I'll show you the most important thing for you to survive. Please go forward and to the right. So people, when they play this game for the first time, they don't know that like this little tutorial area exists. They don't force you into it. You could completely miss out on it and skip it. I concealed the horror monitor where you stand now. All of your 4 senses on screen are proof of the item. When the sensors reach their peak, press the A button to obtain the horror monitor. So we have sight, hearing, and smell, and all those are going wild, which means the horror monitor is somewhere around here. Now this item is very crucial to how this game plays, and everyone always misses getting it. You'll see why. I'll demonstrate what happens when someone who doesn't know how to play Illbleed plays Illbleed for the first time. By pressing the R trigger, you can use the horror monitor. Take a look at the tombstones behind you with it. There may be something hidden there when it zooms in. Place a warning mark there by pressing the A button. See, right there, and right there. Nothing special found, and nothing special found. You should avoid damaging shock events during attractions by warning the area before approaching. The adrenaline gauge in the lower left-hand corner will decrease each time you use the horror monitor. Yeah, Let's Players can't read, but then again, like, they play a lot of games that, like, are requested, and, people are usually in it for the haha funnies, and not because they actually like the game or anything, which is a shame, because I like Let's Players that are passionate about the games that they actually play, and not so much like, what the heck, this game's a pile of ass. Here you got a dirty syringe in a graveyard. When your 6th sense is active, it means that there may be items or enemies nearby. I hid items beneficial to you. Get them and use them wisely. Go ahead and good luck. So there should be another item around here. Now, in order to loot an item, you don't necessarily need to tag it. But that's when something else comes into play, where if there's an enemy encounter, it's actually very beneficial to tag it before you enter it. Hassie, here we go, the drink of Illbleed. Which is actually something that exists from Blue Stinger, which is basically the precursor to this game. So So I think those were all the items to get in here. There we go. Look at this. This is spooky. I like this. This is giant ominous skybox and you're surrounded by graves. Now the original like alpha map of Illbleed had like a really fancy looking park, but I still like what we got. Look at that. The ER, Emergency Operation. I don't need to go in there quite yet. Now, something that was like really cool was there is a VR chat world that was just this. And the person put a lot of love into it. But they took down the map, and I had to reach out to the creator for a bit. Because I was like, oh no, where did it go? I love this world. They took it down because they wanted to like fix it up a bit and rip higher quality models and basically put avatars and all that of the characters. So I don't know if that's come out yet. I keep checking, but it doesn't seem to have been out yet. I hope the person like didn't give up on doing it. Alright, so we have $3,000 to start with. We're going to want to stock up on some stuff. Okay, I think E-roll. Yeah, they imported the map in the VR chat and like it was very, very accurate to like what existed in the game. Here's the high quality version of the E-roll. Yeah. So I explained the mechanics and like why E-roll is such a weird item. But once that's appropriate though. These really high texture like HASI cans, and this is like stuff you don't really see in games where they bother to go out of their way to like make each individual little prop in the store. I love this shit. Vitamin powder, diet tablet, super guard, water 019. A lot of it's like just the same repeating stuff, but it looks so nice. I love all the colors. This game is very colorful despite being like horror centric. This is like when spooky stuff could actually have like more than just brown and rust. Let's try auto follow camera too. I don't like it how it's Alright, so let's overwrite my previous save, because we're starting fresh. This was the mirror room in the VR chat world, which is really cool. To look around at like all the creepy portraits on the wall. And this is a dummy man, who basically acts like as a photographer and the save point of the game. And yes, there are multiple playable characters in this game, but we must rescue them first, and they can die. We don't want them to die. At least I don't want them to die in the first playthrough. So that pretty much takes care of the main area of the park. Now, when a lot of people play this game and they emulate it, this song doesn't sound right. I made sure it sounds right. It actually has the echo, and like, the MIDI portions of it are working properly. Well, it's not technically permadeath. You still get their bodies, in which you take it to the visitor bank, but you have to pay a shit ton of money to get their body back. Then you gotta go to the ER to actually revive them, which is never worth it. It's a huge drain on resources, and you want to have as many resources as you can in Illbleed to improve your stats and also buy items between stages. Because, as you'll see, there's a lot going on with this game. So each level is basically one of these theaters, and we will see they slowly open up one by one. So we got the Homerun of Death. Jimmy, my son. You see this poster, Dummy Man. So this game really likes crash test dummies.
You play a sport, a game, knowing full well that you're going to either win or lose. You never expect to die before your dreams come true. Neither did Jimmy, or his father, Gail Banballow, a Minnesota innkeeper. He set up a secret baseball practice arena in the basement of his inn, where he and his son practiced day after day. Jimmy's hard work and batting skills finally led his team to a state victory. It started out a crisp spring day, but before Jimmy could go outside to play, he and his dad went downstairs to bat the ball around a few times. Upstairs, some teenagers had been playing soon out of control.
Oh, hey, Mechanic Cat. Thank you for the raid.
And so
Let me shout you out real quick.
In minutes, Mr. Banballow was so badly maimed, he turned into a hideous monster, oozing and bleeding, snarling and growling like a beast, enraged and bent on revenge. He tracked down the kids responsible for the fire and killed them one by one with a blowtorch.
We're doing good. We just started
He
Illbleed.
won't leave his inn or his memories, so there he waits, in ambush.
So you were playing... Oh yeah, he gets very spooked very easily. You were playing Amnesia: The Dark Descent. Ah, I see, I see. But yeah, thank you for the raid. To the challengers, your mission is to calm the anger of Banballow. His only weakness is Jimmy. Though he is mad, he quickly drops his guard when he thinks of Jimmy. Memories of Jimmy is the key to this mission. And we see the prize money here, so we gotta do pretty good, and we'll get like some bonuses to our paycheck. And here's the character screen, but we only have Erica right now. So one moment. I gotta check something real quick. Okay. We are back with the game. Yeah, this the lighting of this area is really cool. Oh yeah, did I say thank you for the raid, Mechanic Cat? If not, thank you very much for the raid. Please go grab a snack or take care of any business that you need to do, and you know, no pressure to stay around and watch. Okay, I have the memory of a goldfish. I never remember what I do like 5 seconds ago. Okay, so here, you see we don't have the horror monitor. Nekayuki, thank you for the follow. And that iconic sound right there that you hear, that is my follower alert, is, here we go. So if anyone follows me at all during this game, I'm going to be very confused. Illbleed time. Yeah, it's Illbleed time. One of my favorite games. Alright, so I'm gonna play the stage how someone who has never played Illbleed ever is going to play the game. So, whoa, it's a spooky survival horror game. Woo. What the fuck was that? What the hell? This game is really weird. I love it. Blood waterfall. Ooh. That was weird. What do these bars at the bottom of the screen mean? What does anything mean in my UI? What is sight, hearing, smell, and sixth sense? Why couldn't I kill the monster there? What do I do? How do I prevent any of this from happening? Uh-oh. I don't like the looks of that red bar. What's going on? Ooh. Uh-oh. And then people go, this game sucks, what the fuck is this? Dead. Your total prize is $140. $140. I hope you enjoyed this attraction. Your prize money will be contributed to the Michael Reynolds Relief Funds. Thank you for your cooperation. Yeah. And this game over screen, this is probably going to be the only time we see it. It's kind of like creepy and I love it. Alright, here we go. 1 second. And there we go, just like that, we're back. We're back. So this trap is here to teach you that things happen. It doesn't damage you or anything. It raises your heart by like 5 points. So if you did the tutorial area, you kind of know that you should be looking for the horror monitor. And because this is like a big open area, they want you to wander around and activate a lot of the traps in it and not know what the fuck is going on. But as you can see, sight, hearing, smell, and sixth sense are all active. So that means the horror monitor is near. And it's always hidden in this tree right here. It's always like in the exact area that you start. They never let you like start out with it like already in your inventory. Which if they ever remastered this game, I feel like they would probably do that. There's some weird quirks to the item system in this game, basically. So we have a map system. I love how intensely you bleed from even the most minor of wounds. Yeah, that's like the bleeding effects are cool. I love them. So we have all these items. Once we beat the stage, they all go away. We don't get to keep any of them. So I think that's like, we get to keep like key item and other stuff basically, but a lot of this will just disappear, so. And greetings from Colombia. Sound effects remind me of Killer 7. I kind of love this. Oh yeah, you will love this game. If you're a fan of Stretch Panic, I feel like you will love this game. So, kind of like walking around, seeing if any item senses go off. So I know there are some traps in here. Let's see if they're in the same place, because they aren't always in the same place. I got the Hassie. And I deactivated the trap. So this is kind of like a haunted house minesweeper. all these traps have like really cool animations too, but like if you play the game good at all and know where to look, then you miss out on a lot of them. It's unfortunate.
Cool.
But I'm gonna get surprised occasionally, because the traps are never really quite the same. There are like different... They have like different tracks, basically. Think of like a type A, a type B, and a type C track. They can always like differ just a little bit. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier in Mechanica. Like there was going to be a possible Xbox port that fixed up some of the scuff, but then the creator died of a heart attack. Ironically, like this game where he could die of a heart attack. Very unfortunate we lost him. I would have loved to see what kind of games he would be making today. Haunted House Minesweeper Combat. Yes, yes, yes. So we smell something. So we see the blood. That's obviously a trap. The sight, hearing, and smell are somewhat of a context clue on like what to look out for. And then sight, we see something, so this is a trap door. And there's no other items out here for me to gather. And there are deactivation animations for some traps, but not all of them. Yeah, this is kind of like, I don't know if Sega officially owns the rights to this at all. I don't know who owns the rights to this game, but they did have Sega's blessings and a lot of the Sega voice talent that did voices for it. So we smell something over here, which is probably food related. So I deactivated the trap there. Now that blue brain, that is a resource meter down there. So you can't just tag shit as you please. If you tag everything, you're gonna run out of adrenaline, and then you won't be able to tag anything else. So you like want to be careful and not waste it. But you don't know what's technically gonna be a trap a lot of the time. And we know that that painting up there is that's a trap. But I deactivated it, so he just pops out and looks around.
Cool.
So when you successfully deactivate a trap, here, I'll trigger one. I get spooked by a phone. It doesn't do any damage, but it raises my heartbeat. Now, I don't want my heartbeat to go like above 250, because then I'll have a heart attack and die, basically. Newspaper clipping 2 obtained, but I didn't find one yet. Fire at Chateau Banballow claims the life of owner and son. Fire broke out last night in the annex of Chateau Banballow. Jimmy 8, son of Mr. Banballow 41, died of severe burns. Improper use of fireworks by guests allegedly caused the fire. This is newspaper clipping 1. Youngsters, come join us. Chateau Banballow opens today. Youth hostel Chateau Banballow opens today. A place where the young can gather. Owner Mr. Banballow says with enthusiasm, I want the Chateau to be a utopia for teenagers. The hostel, an excellent leisure facility surrounded by nature as an excellent leisure facility. So there is a trap around here. So let's see if I could... It kind of like zooms in when it knows there could be a possible trap. So I'm gonna see if that's the trap right there. And yep, that was the trap. But we get an item in the corner here because our sixth sense was going off and letting me know that there was something nearby. So you can run in this game and you can walk. Now, when you're bleeding and when you have a high heart rate, it's best for you to walk because it calms you down. It lowers your heart rate. And that's gonna be a trap right there. Let me mark that real quick.
Cool.
I remember a lot about this stage, but some stuff will still like catch me by surprise. And see, nothing special was found there, so that was just me wasting my adrenaline. And yeah, I love these hallways, how spooky and gross and dark they are. So we smell something, which we know this one right here is a trap, because I ran through like a dumbass. The average, the average Let's Player touching this game for the first time, or a video game streamer that has no idea how this game functions or plays. Oh, I wasn't paying attention, so that got me. So that didn't do any damage or bleeding. The green bar is your health. The red bar that appears above will be your bleed bar. And after this right here, I will explain what exactly, how the bleeding works. Alright, so this is our first encounter with an enemy. This is Meat Man.
Hey, hurry up!
So we have a dodge that has iframes. And we can escape the battles with this helicopter pad that is in a house. Such a crazy way to escape a battle in a horror game, wouldn't you say? There's an item over here that I wanted to loot. So we got a steak. Narrow escape. It's so arcadey. So in here, there is something that is stinky. I think it's the middle. We'll see. Yeah, it was the middle.
Cool.
Nothing special found here. I got a bandage. And the calculator. So there's a ton of shit going on in this room. There is sight and smell, so to be safe, I am going to tag that, that, and that. Now, that would have done a fuck ton of damage to me had I not marked that, but that is the you have successfully stopped this trap animation for that. A giant hand coming out of nowhere to punch. Oh, thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. Ah, delicious Hassie. So something is smelly over here, but let's just activate it. Well, actually, no, it's none of these. Oh, there we go. I'm surprised that didn't activate when I got super close to it. I got a Hassie. Right, so that bleeding bar, you don't want it to go above that little check mark, otherwise you won't stop bleeding. And if you run, it'll just continue to increase the bleeding. And while you have that red bar, it's slowly draining your green bar, which is your health. And so the idea is you'd want to like walk slowly or just kind of stand still, let your heart rate relax, let the bleeding go down, keep yourself above. Like there's 4 different ways to die in this game. So we have a sight trap somewhere. Which that's not suspicious at all over there. So let's just mark him. Yeah. He just gives up.
Cool.
I'm trying not to like explain this in a very botched way. Was there an item? I was seeing something blip, but probably not. Probably not. Alright, we're outside. So there's a lot of really good items in this courtyard to loot if you could find them. Gotta get used to the buttons. I gotta get in that groove of like pressing things correctly. So we got the item sensor. This is a extremely useful thing and why I keep opening up the map out of habit. Cause like sometimes I'm forgetting like, oh, there's things. So now we could just see the locations of items on the map. And we don't have to rely on our sixth sense to know that there's something that we could pick up and loot here. So we got an iron heart, which is an upgrade item. Then we're gonna get our first weapon right here.
Jimmy, it's time for practice. Get out to the training field now. Hey, you're not Jimmy.
You're not Jimmy. That's never explained. That's the first and last time you're gonna see that. Every so often the game seems to chug a bit, but I mean, the price of this game on the fucking secondhand market's gonna be like $400 or $200. Nitroglycerin obtained. Another steak, so I'm pretty good on items right now. I've been very careful at sniffing out the traps. Not the fact that I like remember a lot of this by heart and just know. I hope one day, once I get a good enough save built up again, I could basically just do a full trap run where I just rely on nothing but items and don't even like seek out any like traps or anything. Just let everyone see like the cool shit that happens in this game. So we're in another one of these hallways again. And I just love the way that these hallways look. They're so creepy and grimy and samey. You know, like, just anything can happen here. So, Sixth Sense. This might be another enemy encounter right here. Yeah. So, this is one of the dummy men. So now we can actually fight some enemies. And just look at the crazy fucking blood. So I don't really necessarily need to fight him, but we are a bit low on the adrenaline. So there he goes, he's dead. You are rewarded with more adrenaline if you win battles in this game. Now, because we also tagged the fight, we aren't caught off by surprise, so it doesn't really raise our heartbeat or anything. So that's how you generally want to like tag random encounters if you can. Well, they're not random. They're set. They're set. People think they're random. Sixth Sense. Another ampule. So while there are other characters in this game, you usually don't want to play as them unless you want to challenge yourself, because Eriko is the best character. They all kind of like have quirks to them that Eriko is immune to. So I got caught by surprise, and she like fell on the ground and all that, raised my heartbeat and everything. So we have two dummy men here. They do have friendly fire. So I gotta be very careful here. Using my iframe dodge in order to juke them. They just damage each other like idiots. Ah. Sometimes fighting is not the wisest thing to do. You typically like want to only fight if you have to. I'm not doing very good at dodging, but it's okay. I got plenty of items to help me through this. Nothing special here. So as you can see, I'm running. The bleeding is flashing, so that's a sign that like, hey, you're opening your wounds. Slow down, walk, relax. And then you'll see it slowly go down. But it also shaves off my health as it goes down. Nothing is setting off the radar. So I want to show off one of my favorite traps in this level. Oh, but look, little cockroaches. You get a nice bloody kitchen. That's not the trap I wanted to show off, but this room has a ton of traps in it. The cannibal chicken. And that does a shit ton of damage. A poultry, guys. Yeah, good one. Nothing special found here. That is usually a trap right there, but that didn't happen. So I know there's one in this doorway right here.
Cool.
So we have a dismembered arm on the ground. Gonna tag the fan. Gonna tag that over there. That is a item that we need that's crucial to this level that you can easily miss. The testimonial.
Cool.
Alright, the fan was a trap. It would have fallen on us and chopped our head off. It's just someone's severed. Oh, Meat Man surprised us. So that raised my heart and made Erico fall on her ass. Now if you're playing as another character, they crawl around on the ground and you have to like avoid the enemies as they're taking cheap shots at you. Narrow escape, got it right before he hit me. Yeah, my heart rate's getting a little bit up there. Nothing special found. That's another trap right there, I believe. Knives will come flying out of the kitchen right into my face. Don't want that to happen.
Cool.
Newspaper clipping 3 obtained. Mass homicide at Chateau Banballow. Owner Mr. Banballow mysteriously disappeared. Mercilessly murdered bodies were found at Chateau Banballow, burned, all identified as young guests. Mr. Banballow, the hotel owner, is missing. Details are still under investigation. Mr. Banballow's diary was found at the site. Hatred directed towards the guest who caused the fire filled the pages. The state police are searching for their suspect, Mr. Banballow. So I think there's another item around here somewhere. Okay, I missed it. I'm forgetting I could just I got the whole item thing. I don't even need that shit. So this game. I love it. But where is it? Okay, we got a steak dinner. Eat the nasty moldy ass steak. Or maybe a moldy ass salad. It's a great game, I love it. So let's do a little bit of self-repair. So let's do the salad. And let's repair adrenaline just a bit. And a deep breath. Just to kind of lower our heart rate a bit. Oh, didn't mean to go through the door like that again. Okay, so this door is an item. Coagulant. Which I believe helps with blood and bleeding. So we have a ton of items coming up. I want to... Oh. I didn't want to show that trap, but the more the merrier. I like this one. The graffiti comes alive and attacks you. And it causes you to bleed. So I gotta wait for that to drain a bit, and I need to relax. Now, let's just tag that real quick. Here we go. There's Fall Down Bear. Something different happens if we don't tag that, but it's a good one. Love that dumb little trap. Okay, someone's dog outside is being really loud, so if you're hearing any barking as I speak, I might have to close my window in a bit. We got an injection. There's some items in here. Some gauze wrap. And a caution bomb. So if you know there's a room with a lot of traps, you could just pop that and it destroys all the traps. Oh, is this gonna happen? Okay. Not the one I was thinking of, but it raised the heartbeat. Let's go use one of our items, since we don't want these to go to waste. We gotta inject ourselves. Get that brain juice flowing. Yeah, this game mechanically has a lot of mechanics to it that require a lot of balancing if you want to properly play it. Okay, there is something here. Sixth sense, and it's not an item. You hear that monster, right? It's our friend Meat Man.
Hey, hurry up! Shoot.
You know what? Let's fight him. Now, you don't want to spam dodging too much, because it does raise your heart. And when you're trapped in a battle, you can't heal yourself, so you kind of like want to be aware of your bleeding. The more you move around, the more it's going to open the wounds, it's going to cause you to bleed out and everything. All the mechanics like feed into each other, basically. I think that's like what makes this a very interesting game. Like, it has a lot going on. And it has the blood fountains. I really love the blood fountains. Okay, so the first door is an item. Well, I see a trap. That's one of the more obvious traps right there. We do get a little animation though. Another deep breath. Yeah, I feel that one. Some days are like, I should stream, and then I'm not up for it. He's trying his best.
Cool.
So that door was a trap. Uh-oh, who got bonked? Who got bonked? Panic Search, that's probably you that got bonked. Be careful with the links in the chat. Like, I keep saying I need to fix the bot, but I'm lazy. I'm stupid. I don't know how to figure that shit out. And like, I gotta be like in the right mood to get behind the scenes and do a lot of the tech stuff that like refines the bot. Better safe than sorry with like a lot of the spamming stuff that happens and like people linking you know, buy followers now, that kind of shit, which is why I had to kind of like turn that on in the first place. Haven't had that problem since though. X month, X day, hotel business is on track. Had intensive batting exercise with Jimmy in the basement again. Batting style seems improved. Chin still goes up when he swings. We'll practice again tomorrow. We'll try 1,000 swings. Chin did not go up today. Good job, Jimmy. That's the Swing Minnesota Kids League Finals tomorrow. Eat protein-rich food tonight. You'll need a lot of energy. Papa will get up at 4 tomorrow to make a special drink for you. Do your best, Jimmy. We won the championship. Jimmy hit the winning homer. He is the MVP. Congratulations, Jimmy. I can't help shedding my tears of joy. I'll confirm all interest in the restaurant. Guests may ask, Mr. Banballow, who's that? Ah, that's Jimmy's. He was chosen MVP in the Boys League. It's a thrill just to think about it. I shall treat the guests with barbecue tonight. Who do you think the home run king is this year? It's Jimmy, all because you endured my hard training. Well done, Jimmy. Your trophy is magnificent. Let's place it in our bedroom so we can see it every day. Jimmy, keep hitting and fill this chateau with your records and trophies. Let's go, Jimmy. He's just a happy dad. I guess that's Mr. Banballow and Mrs. Banballow. Or some random stock image they probably found. So there is an item that I need in here somewhere. I think there is a random encounter in this room. So that TV was a trap. That window was a trap. Gah! Artificial plasma, another upgrade item. And a bandage. We got some more items in the next room to loot. Got a Hassie. So that's one of our key items right there. I don't really want to fight the dummy men. I want to get the hell out of this if I can. Dodge just in time. Ah. They just like kick you in your shins. I hate these guys are so annoying. They're the most annoying enemy because they're so fast. They're good at hitting each other. Well, actually, there's more annoying enemies. We'll see them in the next stage. Ah, okay. It took a lot of damage, raised my heart, increased my bleeding, but here's the trophy. This is another key item we don't want to miss. Otherwise, we're gonna have to walk back a long ways to get these items, and the game is probably banking on you being in pretty rough shape and bleeding out. Oh, Jimmy, you are now gone. Papa will treasure your bat, the one you practice with and hit the winning homer with. Now I curse the hateful youngsters holding that bat. Bastards, why did my beloved Jimmy have to be killed by such imbeciles? Papa will revenge your death. I'll kill all lurking around. I'll do it for you, Jimmy. And... because there's an item here, but I think I already like looted that item. So there's like some glitches and things that don't quite work how they should. Or wait. We go down into this basement and then wrap around. And look at this. It's all like bloody medical equipment, like this weird, gross trash pile, blood splattered on the walls. Here we go. This is the stop bleeding. I love the gross aesthetic of this game so much. It gets so much right. Another deep breath. Let's fix ourselves up a bit after I set off this next trap that I want to show off. So, there's something fucking disgusting right here. This game is ultra violent at a time where, like, you weren't really used to seeing gore in this capacity in games, I feel. Like, I think even Resident Evil was very tame with its gore. Oh, here's Meat Man again. Caught us off guard. Oh. He's trying to swing at me. I don't need to fight you, buddy. Ah, fuck.
Hey, hurry up!
You get really good at abusing those iframes during combat. You could cheese the boss. You could cheese the encounters easily. So there is a item in here. Still not seeing that trap I wanted to show off. Ah, we got pillared. I wasn't paying attention. See, that did a shit ton of damage to us. Time to repair ourselves a bit. Let's chug a moldy salad. And let's reduce the bleeding. And then let's take some deep breaths. So there is an item at the end of this hallway. Nitroglycerin. The E-roll. Right. So if your bleeding bar is at max, then instead of your heart rate increasing, it'll actually decrease, and you could die because your heart comes to a still. So it's very rare that this happens, but that's why the E-roll exists as an item, so that you could read this this lewd nudie magazine and increase your pulse, so you could keep your heart going by looking at some titties. And coagulant heals wounds instantly, stops bleeding. Swallow without chewing as it may explode. Relax pulse fully. So this is also good for taking down your heart rate. Yeah, we're playing as Eriko. This game is very doo-doo. This game is very progressive for its time. You have exploding toilets, and you have Eriko getting girl boners over erotic magazines. See, this is me dropping my guard and not paying attention, which often happens. I got streamer brain rot, so that's perfect because I'm like getting a little bit of a debuff that will make this game a little bit more entertaining now that you get to see some of the traps. This is a gross game, Mechanic Cat. You should not be eating while watching this. And here is the Dummy Man. He's got a big ass wrench, and he is very dangerous.
Hey, hurry up! Hey, hurry up!
This is some Dark Souls combat right here. No fat rolling allowed. Got it. See, I'm a fucking Illbleed pro. Activates half the traps. It's always wild coming into Twitch and seeing the Vortag used in any way. Yeah. Glad it's working. Little do they know. Okay, my heart rate is... it could be better. It could be better. Let us listen to a relaxation CD. The Vortag is there. It's not wrong. I'll just leave it at that. Artificial brain obtained. Slimed. I love that sound effect. Okay, there's items somewhere out here, I think. There we go. Bio body. Emmy Duke. I don't know what that is. Alright, let's let the bleeding bar deplete a bit. We're just gonna carefully mosey on down this hallway. Probably an item right here. And we got the discount ticket for the ER. And the ER does exist in the levels, but since we're shit broke, I don't know if we're even gonna get to be able to use it. It's only useful in a New Game Plus, and it's completely worthless on your first run through, and you don't get to keep that ticket after you beat the level. We got surprised by Dummy Man again. Shit.
Hey, hurry up!
It gave me a kick. What is this game's currency again? It's just dollars. It's real money. We're going through this theme park because we want to win millions of dollars. So yeah, that's that's me not paying attention again and getting spooked. You gotta be very careful in this game. And this first level is extremely brutal. It's really brutal. This is like the great filter. It gets easier from here. Kind of. The game gets easier as you progress, in all honesty. Alright, here we go. Here is the ER in a level. So if you're in really bad condition, you could kind of fix yourself up. I have $140. So I had just enough to repair my heart. Which I think that's a good use. It doesn't completely go to waste. And it's so little money that it doesn't really matter. Wait, did I do bleeding instead? Fuck. I don't know. Yeah, here is a save point. Dummy Man's photo booth. When he's not trying to kill us, he has his little photo booths. I'll let you take a look at the Dummy Man's photo box. I love this ominous song right here. So we're pretty safe in here. There actually are no traps in this room. My boy Jimmy. Only Jimmy Studio. Star of Giants Jimmy. Jimmy Love. Home Run Jimmy. Banballow's Diary 3. Give me back my Jimmy, give me back my Jimmy, give me back my Jimmy, bastards, give me back my Jimmy. Give me back my Jimmy, 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 bastards, my Jimmy. His descent into madness. There were frames hung here. So now we use our key items. Testimonial. The Minnesota Child Baseball League, 1999. Which I believe that was the year that this is being developed. Victory, Jimmy Boy, Jimmy Baseball Hero. Heavy Condoner. Condoner. Strange way to space the display trophies here. It is a sad story in a way for such a cheesy game, just the way it's presented. There you go, Jimmy's trophy. Just get another kid for fuck's sake, quit nagging. Yeah. Just make another one.
Number 3, first base, Jimmy!
Okay now, here we go.
Here he is.
Jimmy! Oh, number 3, first base, Jimmy's butt. I love his butt.
He wants it back.
Hey, hurry up!
Now, the game expects you to fight him, but then you notice he has infinite health. You don't want to fuck with that. Shit. get out of here, gotta get out of here. He's such a fucking disgusting model, like how like his hip is basically fucking half sagging off the bone. If you notice that during the cutscenes.
Hey, hurry up!
This is your blade, drugs. Okay, for this segment, this is gonna be an interesting segment coming up. We are going to just fix that real quick, and then we're gonna take a deep breath. Now, there's a way to cheese this. We are now in a giant maze, and we just ran from Banballow, so you are going to you're going to see what happens here. You hear that dragging noise? Something behind us. So this place is made to throw you off and make you get lost. Oh, there he is. Right in front of us. But if you open up the map menu real quick, you can actually freeze him in place. So every time he catches you, you have to enter that battle and you have to escape. Up. And he could just like teleport in front of you. It's like a pretty well, I ran into him anyways. He's trying to vomit on us.
Hey, hurry up!
Fuck, fuck. Ah.
Hey, hurry up!
So not a stealth mission as much as let's run the fuck away from Banballow. We have objective escape, escape, get out. Ah, and he surprised me right around the corner too.
Hey, hurry up!
Ah, yeah, he's very claustrophobic too in this area to encounter him. I gotta lead him and bait him into attacking over here, then run back and like just keep spamming.
Hey, hurry up!
Okay. That's our friend Kevin. We gotta go save him. So, the speed ladder. This is a useful key item to have during stages, as it increases your escape speed. So battles will now end super fast. And we still have a maze to go through, still. So, notice how my bleeding is above that marker. Let's go ahead and take care of that. Let's take a deep breath, and then also chug some Hassie. Yeah, he thinks it's Jimmy. He thinks it's Jimmy. Maybe Kevin resembles Jimmy. Jimmy, my boy. So he's not spawning. Game's being very generous right now. Up. There he was. See, he pauses and then like you just open up the map and then well, he was blocking me. Got vomited on. Ah man, the dogs barking outside are starting to like grate on my eye. He is around the corner again. This is a lot of damage to be taken. There's a little bit of a wind up to running in this game. So if you want to walk, you have to like slightly tilt the joystick. And if you want to go into a full speed run, you just have to like hammer into it immediately. So a trick to like getting good at this game is just learning how to control that. Alright, we're safe again. Here, let me shut my window. Alright, and window is shut. The dog should be less of a problem if you were hearing the dog, which I'm pretty sure you are. Everyone in my neighborhood seems to own a guard dog in their backyard because of reasons. They all be growing weed around here, so... Yeah, it sucks. It makes the air smell like shit when it actually fucking, you know. I hate it. It's stupid. So, let's completely relax our heart rate. We're all fully healed up. Don't do weed, Mechanic Cat. It's bad. There's just a lot of incentive for people to grow weed and sell it because it makes a lot of money. I don't do it, but everyone else does.
A gas leak has been detected. Warning, impending explosion likely with a rise of room temperature.
There he is. That's what happens when you smoke weed. So we can actually do damage to him now. We have successfully fucked his AI up a bit, just a bit. Ah, fuck. He still got the vomit on me. You could kind of like stun lock him if you're lucky. Poor dude.
Kevin, are you alright?
Oh, what the... Erico!
Oh, this is the worst place to be right now. Let's get out of here.
Woohoo, yeah! You're our savior. I'll help you any way I can, you hear me?
You hear me?
You're crazy.
So that's one friend rescued. Alright, so here is the Amazon. It is a, basically the ultimate healing item in the game. It just fixes everything. And the protector, which I forget what the protector does. I think it reduces the damage that we take. But let's take a quick peek at it. And just gonna go ahead and heal as much shit as I can. Because we don't get to keep any of these items once we complete the stage, so best have everything all fixed up. Oh yeah, he's a total weed head. Oh wait, we didn't look at the item. I was so distracted healing myself up. Damage to stamina and bleeding will be reduced by 2/3 when equipped. So it's a very useful item, and they give it to us right at the very fucking end of the stage where we don't have much of a use for it. Oh. Okay. Ominous room. This game is full of a lot of weird game design. He's a giant monster now. So now the game is a platformer in a way. A very jank platformer. If we fall in the water, we're slowed down. And we gotta avoid them. Which I am doing a poor job at. Ah, fuck. I hope this is the right way. You just gotta use that Dark Souls rolling. Get those iframes. Not today, buddy. The platforming is really clunky in this game, so this is a lot more harder than it looks. But oh, we're somewhere safe. Where are we?
This is Banballow control room. Can you hear me? This is Control Operator Jackson. I repeat, this is Control Operator Jackson in the control room. Our oil pressure is normal here. Average electric current is 52,000 volts. Generating capacity of 2,700,000 watts.
10-4, main control room here. Checking database now. Hold on a second. The pressure on the leg is a bit too high.
I bet it's the right leg. Last time I checked, it was a bit rusty.
That's alright. It's still within control parameters. And what are you planning to do for dinner tonight? I'm starving.
I think I'll have fish or something. At this point, meat doesn't sound too appetizing.
Yeah, we got enough meat laying around over here to feed an army of rats.
Help!
Stop right there. This area is restricted to authorized personnel only.
Please, I can't fight that horrid beast myself.
I know. Isn't that cool? We spent $5 million to build this enormous thing we call Banballow. It's super alloy skeletons controlled with advanced hydraulics with custom bearings and joints. You're looking at 2 meters of thick titanium for every bone. All computer controlled by me. How'd you like that, big sucker, eh? Whoa, 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 yeah, yeah.
This is the true final boss. He was a robot too. So if you were going through Illbleed, this was intended for you to like basically go through and kill this guy at the end. So that's why he's a robot, I'm pretty sure. And we get his ID card right here. And we steal his lunch. Look at the blood splatters on the floor. So this will be the exit of the level, but look how long, like how far away this is. Now, if you didn't have a surplus of healing items, you would basically die on your way there from like bleeding out like I currently am. But hey, if you loot the Amazon and you didn't waste it, there you go. I don't have to worry about any of that now. I'm all fixed up. Hey Night Raider, thank you for the raid. Yeah, you're playing Eternal Darkness today, weren't you? We're getting into the spooky season. Let me just do a quick shout out. Go ahead and go follow Night Raider. Right, so yeah, welcome to the stream. A very funny, confusing part of the game for most people going into it blind for the first time. And we are on the right path to the end. Okay. Just gotta keep going. And so I came back and the monster's a giant robot. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't question it. It just happens. This game is great. I love this game. Like you're usually around to see me like go into my autistic ramblings about how much I love this game. Any VTuber or any streamer, I'm always singing the gospel of this game. Hey, play Illbleed. You want a good spooky horror classic? Play Illbleed for the Dreamcast. It's really good. It makes excellent streaming content. It's crazy. It's spooky. It's funny. Alright, did I run past the... I think I ran past it. So we picked up the ID card. If we missed that, we would have had to run all the way back. And like I said, if we're all damaged up, we'd basically bleed out and die. They did this on by design purpose to make this long stretch of road after the final encounter of the stage to purposely murder you if you were in very bad condition. Killer Man. Victory. We cleared the first stage. We escaped the big filter on this game. But we lost $5,000. Basically 5,400. Thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. I need a little bit more energy juice. I've been a little energy sapped lately. No. You lose money if you, like... That was me not disabling enough traps. I kept activating some traps because I do want to show off, like... aspects of the games, like the traps and all that, because they're really great, they're fun. Like, if you play this game good, then it's like a very boring game, because you don't get to see a lot of the fun, crazy shit that they do. That's like the flaw of, like, amazing game design, but like, fucking... You're punished for playing good. That's like its biggest flaw. Slows bleeding. So, bleeding is the most annoying thing to deal with, so I'm going to upgrade 2 times on Eriko. Because I'm not going to be playing as anyone else during this playthrough. Maybe in future years for Halloween when I do revisit this game, because this is a Halloween tradition. Sounds like it could have used a gallery. Yes. Your only hopes are finding someone on YouTube who basically put codes on for invincibility and just ran through all the stages, activating every single trap. And super best friend, his famous playthrough of the game. Which, me talking about the game is also like a lot of influenced by his passion as well. And I am basically the great value version of his superior run in every way, where he showcases all the traps as he goes through, because he's got like the editing and all that. So if you ever want to dive into an Illbleed rabbit hole and see a bunch of cool shit and learn about the game that like I am failing to deliver the full experience, check out his playthroughs of it. I love seeing people play this game. Anytime a popular Let's Player, say, plays it, and they actually know how the game functions, I like watching that too. Okay, let's buy... Yeah, one more breath. Yeah, super great friend, cover this very well. Basically the ultimate videos, and those were I created like fucking so long ago. And they still hold up. The guy truly loves this game. I think he still streams too, which I do need to check out like his live streams if he's still at it. Who knows, maybe he's even like playing it right now. I don't know. Okay, we're all prepared for the next stage. So the next stage is kind of short. I think it's like the shortest in the entire game. And there's a reason for that. There's 4 people playing Illbleed right now. Great. Every fucking year for Halloween, people discover this game and play it for the first time, and that makes me extremely happy. This game needs more attention. It's a cult classic, as the horror genre usually is, like, you know, full of cult classic stuff. How many of them are VTubers, I wonder? Like, VTubers are usually a lot more open to experimenting and trying, like, new games. The Revenge of Queen Worm by David Rodriguez. With Rachel, Devil Monkey, Michael Myers. Why'd I have trouble reading that? I should know. Only one VTuber playing it, okay. 2 counting me. Okay. So I guess I am one of those 4 people. The Revenge of Queen Worm.
An RV campsite has been turned into a morbid morgue, covered in blood, and the remains of numerous unidentified bodies. It's hard to believe that such a brutal massacre could have happened in this day and age, especially at such a secure location. It only took the rescue crew 20 minutes to respond to the emergency call. But by the time they arrived, it was too late. There were no survivors, and consequently no witnesses. So the mystery remains. Who or what could have done this?
What?
It seems too massive and malicious for a single human to have done it, or several for that matter. There were dark forces at work here, and no one's talking about it. It happened 4 days ago, and the place has been dead quiet ever since.
The Revenge of Queen Worm. To the challengers, it is too dangerous to enter alone. The camping site is closed now, but you cannot go back. We hope for a miracle for you to handle the incident and return safe and sound. So we get $80,000 if we do good at this. So you could play as Eriko or Kevin, but why would I want to play as anyone else other than Eriko? She's immune to fall down whenever random encounters happen, so she is ultimately the best character and everyone else kind of sucks, but if you want to challenge yourself, you could play the other characters. But for the sake of the stream and because I have performance anxiety, let's go with the easiest character to play. So we got artificial brain in the car. News clipping 1 obtained from this dead, bloody body. Uncontrollable drop in worm prices. It hit another record low today. Worms drew attention as a protein-rich alternate to meat. Prices remain low as $16 per kilo. When the price declined to $2 today, the market was at its lowest. You will eat the bugs. Some economists point out the similarity with the tulip baubles in Holland in the 1630s, which I've heard, like, all these cryptocurrencies and like the used retro gaming market, like the fucking $1 million Super Mario 64 shit copy, like sealed, pristine condition. That's basically the tulip bubble in the Holland example that's thrown around with like all these skepticism markets that just rely entirely on people thinking things have value when they do not have value. Investors and farmers are left with serious losses. David Rodriguez, 68, became the king of worms by producing 10 times more worms than average with the help of his queen worm. I am just speechless. It is extremely hard to keep worms. I no longer can afford to feed Rachel. Tell me if you have a better idea other than committing suicide. Prices are expected to decline further. We got some crazy themes going on in this game. Okay, so see, sight, hearing, and smell and sixth sense are all going crazy. Here's our horror monitor for the stage. Uh-oh.
No! My horror monitor! Give it back!
Monk Killer stole the horror monitor. So, we don't have a horror monitor for this stage. So, the entire first stage of the game was built on teaching us how to use the horror monitor and deactivate traps. And this second stage has completely pulled the fucking rug out from beneath us. And it's now, okay. Fucking... It just throws a fastball at us. All of our expectations have been dashed. We don't know how we're gonna handle this stage now. But I know what to expect. Okay, so we got all the items in this courtyard, and they're nice enough to give us the item sensor. So yeah, fun fact, if you play as Kevin, you see Kevin naked instead, and the monkey still has the same reaction. Very progressive game. Uh-oh. Alright, so we want to go out of our way up here because this is a weapon. So you'll notice that we have the roads here, but there is dirt here. And you see something coming towards us, so we want to try and juke it and not get hit by it. Look at that billboard, the Hassie. Okay, that's enough admiring it. We're still on the ground. We're on the dirt. We're on the dirt. We could admire it right here. Okay, we're safe. How about a Hassie? Recover. Energy recover. And onion soup. Scorpion brand. It's onion soup made out of scorpions? Alright, we got the lead pipe, so we have a weapon. We aren't totally defenseless now. But look at that. Something has us cornered, but I'm gonna run right past it. Look, mummy popcorn, it's delicious. Or is it made by scorpions? Who knows? Okay, so there are items down here and here, so I want to keep going straight then. We just gotta be very careful we don't get jumped by whatever is out here trying to kill us. Up. Alright, here we go. Here's the monsters of this stage. They're worms. Okay, getting into encounters with these are not good because they raise your heart rate. And it will accumulate very fast. Also, I get triggered when I see media that uses the sixth sense thing. Humans have always had 21 senses anyways. Yeah. Hello, welcome to the stream. Okay, I'm on the right path. Alright, so you know how we saw the monk killer? That's what he's like normally supposed to look like. This is a monkey park, so that's why there's a monkey. Craboids, call Bert Gummer. It's a cartoon-ass monkey, but it's actually like this fucking demonic snaggletooth looking thing. And I think this is the way I want to progress now, so... Okay, we'll take a right once we get to the big... Oh! Here we actually encounter some monk killers. Now, these guys don't fuck around. They're very annoying to deal with. Probably even worse than the Crash Test Dummy Brothers. Okay. Monk killer. They're just hitting themselves. Okay, did that... I'm on the right path. Sometimes, like, you kind of, like, lose your place after you get into a fight. You're like, okay, what direction was I in again? Okay, we didn't aggro the worm here. Grab whatever's in here. And we got the speed ladder, so that makes our life so much easier. And this time it's at the beginning of the game instead of at the end of the stage. And they put these signs here, so like you're like, ooh, booba. Never mind the giant worm coming at me. Oh, booba, booba. Oh. Not today, worm. So we're heading to the drive-in cinema theater. I think I got rated here from Eternal Darkness. Yes, you did. Narrator had rated me. Okay, we want to take a right when we get to the next path. Bazongas. Ah, shit, the worm got me. But we're gonna get out of here pretty fast, so we don't have to worry about it. You will eat the bugs. But see, I got turned around. I do own a copy of Eternal Darkness. I bought it at GameStop like when it was only $20, and I'm kind of like wondering how much it costs now. I'm kind of like afraid to look at eBay and see that it's worth like probably like a couple hundred. Then again, that's like the speculative marketing shit, like whole tulip. Ah, fuck. Their range is a little misleading, but it increases my heart rate, which is like what I'm more. I don't want that to be happening. Okay. Just run straight. I have some minor bleeding going on, but the worm's over there, so I'm perfect to just like zoot on over here. Check out the dust box. These usually have like a bunch of items and like story stuff in them. X month, X day, I started my worm business 10 months ago. With my success, I am known as the King of Worms. If the prices continue to grow, I will buy a large house for us. Till then, I will keep raising worms and sell. A rep from Toronto, an outdoor facility supplier, wanted to buy my land today. He said they wanted to build a trendy camping site. I said no to the rep. I am not going to give up this farm for any price. No matter how much they offer, I will never give up my worm farm. Worm prices dropped to a record low. This must be a bad dream. I got 2,000 new baby worms today and more are coming. The worm farm is running out of room and I am running out of money to feed the worms. What will I do if the prices keep falling? I signed a contract with the Toronto today. I had no choice. The worm market is no good. At least the terms I negotiated were good for Rachel and I. I will keep the farm, but they will cut some of the forest around it. They also let me join the management of the campsite. I was a talented businessman, and my talent will be used well. Watch me, Rachel, as I set out for a fresh start. Was this guy basically a worm pet shop owner? Not quite pets. These worms are raised for their meat. They became an alternative for meat, and so this guy had a worm farm. But he's on bad times and could no longer afford to feed the worms. And lo and behold, we're kind of running from giant killer worms that are hungry, that decimated an entire drive-in theater and left hundreds dead. Rachel, how long has it been since we lived like father and daughter? Luck has been going on my side since the beginning. You are my lady luck. But now Duranto has cheated me. They never let me join the business. Instead, I work at the 24-hour store as a live-in employee. The contract was a big lie. The farm was cemented immediately. The forest was cut down and the wild monkeys died. Tell me, Rachel, how could this have happened? Which explains the monk killers all around and why they're in the shape that they're in. Rachel, you look well as always, but I am worn out these days. Running the store for 24 hours by myself is tough. My health is decreasing daily. My heart is... I am alright. Or not. I can't breathe. Need help. I think I am dying. I no longer wish to live. I can hardly breathe. I am dying. I don't want to leave you alone, Rachel. I can't hold on anymore. Goodbye, my Rachel. So he left his poor daughter all alone. So let's go ahead and decrease my heart rate because it's going a little bit wild. This game is Whiplash in a way. You never quite know what to expect from it when you're going in blind. It is an absolute ride from beginning to end. This was a Dreamcast game, very near the end of the Dreamcast lifespan. Right as Sega was, about to drop out of the whole console business and start producing software for their competitors instead. Did I say that right? Drop out of the hardware business. So stop producing consoles, basically, and start instead developing software exclusively for, like, Xbox and PlayStation and all that shit. So there's a lot of items over here. This is a completely optional path, so I'm gonna go ahead and just take it anyways. I'm not no speedrunner. I know what I'm doing, but I'm not a speedrunner. The anti-shock brace obtained. So I believe this stops us from fainting or falling over at the start of a battle, which is already kind of like Eriko's like a special skill that she has that the other characters don't quite have. So if I were playing as Kevin, if a worm jumped me, I would be on the ground and I'd have to crawl around for like 5 seconds while the worm eats my asshole and does a shit ton of damage. Eriko doesn't have to deal with that when a battle starts at all, because she's been trained all of her life in a haunted house shit and her father's bullshit to be a lot more stronger and less fearful of things. She's basically not afraid of anything. Alright, we got upgrade items and an Amazon. Extremely useful, worth coming all the way out here for. Let's hope we don't come across the worm. Up, up, up. Juke the worm. Yeah, the Amazon Prime Potion. I don't know why it's called Amazon. I don't know if that's like a medicinal term or not, but yeah, it's basically a full heal of like everything. You got so much to keep track of in this game. You got your adrenaline, which is for tagging traps. You got health, bleeding, and heart rate. And you want to make sure those are all equalized and nowhere close to killing you. 4 ways to die in this game. But items are... the way that the items are, they're kind of overpowered. So they remove a lot of the challenge if you know to stock up on them before stages. But if you rely on what you find in the stage, the game is a little bit more difficult. So we got more monkulars here. And yeah, notice how Erico like gets right back up instead of crying around on the ground. Come on, monkulars. I don't like fighting these guys. I'm gonna have to fight some in a mandatory battle pretty soon. Amazon is a universal word for big or mega, etc. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Alright, so it is just a straight shoot to the end now. We just have to avoid the worms if we see them coming at us. I think it's spawning behind me. Nope. I think that works on them too. Anything that chases you in this game, you could cheese by opening the map and it will freeze them in place for like a second or two while you can readjust and run around them. Trying to get on that rope ladder seems annoying as hell. Kind of, it's not that bad.
David, you piece of crap. You always made fun of us Straunt employees. Rachel. That Rachel. She was always your favorite.
Right. You do not want to touch the dirt here. You want to immediately come over here and grab a item. Baby bottle. If I fall in the dirt, we'll see what happens. But for now, I have someplace to be. Oh yeah, this game is gory as fuck, and it's like funny when they try and scoot around using any like cuss words and stuff. So we just had a bunch of Mon killers with a bunch of the horror monitors just looking at poor Michelle. We saw what the horror monitors are capable of earlier. So we want to kind of abuse these guys' friendly fire if we can bait them into attacking each other. But they're pretty stubborn. I'm just gonna end up taking a lot of damage here, honestly. Get some fucking friendly fire in at least. Make this easier for me. This battle is hell. Yeah, everyone loves the fucking blood effects in this game. They're so good. They're so satisfying. Just that big gush of blood just coming out of you. And enemies when you make the hits. The combat in the game is admittedly very clunky, not the greatest. I keep going for the full combos, but you honestly just like want to get a 1-2 in and like start running again. Or sometimes even just one.
Thank you. If you hadn't have shown up, God knows what that slimy monkey would have done to me. So you were the one who was calling for help. You received my telepathic message. Oh, that's so cool. From now on, I am with Erico. I feel very strong.
There we go. She is saved now. Now, Kevin is like an all-around character. He's like your average Mario type of build where he's just kind of good at everything, not exceptionally good at anything in particular. If I remember right. Michelle Waters is she is very good at having a big brain, which means she could tag more traps, but she is very weak when it comes to combat and stamina. So think of her like the mage build, I guess. She's 17. Run, yeah, you better run. This is a Japanese game. This ain't no American game. So we have no items over here, so what we're going to do is head back this way. But I am bleeding, so let's open up the menu real quick and let's apply some bandages. And let me drink some Hassie. Here in the UK, 16 is legal. Still, just kidding. Is that in the UK? I don't know much about the UK. I just know they have very bad food and bland humor.
Oh man, not another Draunt worker. I can't even stand looking at you. Get out of here! Don't ever come back! You hear me?
Yeah, they always got like weird laws about that, like depending on what countries you go to. Yeah, great food, that's just a stupid rumor. Ah, okay. I like to joke around about European stuff quite often. Because, you know, this is the internet. We're always about taking pot shots at each other and making fun of each other's cultures.
Wait, I was looking for that. It's my dear Rachel's nursing bottle. Oh, how I miss those days. I'd nurse her with this bottle and she'd look up at me. Oh,
could have fooled
me.
You're
not from the Draunt Corporation. Please, come inside. I have something to tell you.
I'm American. I don't. Europe doesn't exist to me. All I do is eat hamburgers and shoot guns. All right, look at all this food on the shelf. Chocolate chip cookies, fudge brownies, BB hot paper candy, foods. Fruit candy, chocolate cake, snacky, delicious stick. Look at that, like, delicious stick. The best food. Super Blue, Sparkle Tomato, Max Power, Apple Orange, Apple Coffee, and Hassie. All the flavors. So there's a lot of Iron Heart, Nitroglycerin, didn't mean to exit.
Thanks for coming. I'm sorry I yelled at you. Ever since the Draunt Corporation cheated me, I've had a hard time trusting anyone. I apologize. By the way, I want to ask you a favor. You seem decent and trustworthy. It's about my beloved Rachel. I wrote the details in my will. It's all right here. Please read it, will ya? Please?
Please read it, will ya? Dave's note obtained. I'll hang myself from the water tower tonight If you read this, I will be around the first block of hell. I have good memories of the worm business. There is just one thing on my mind. Rachel. Without me, what will happen to her? She will surely suffer from hunger, so I would like to ask you a favor. Kill Rachel, so I can be together with Rachel in the next world again. This is the best for us. Now, kill her exactly the way I tell you. Burn her with a flamethrower. No other way, okay? This may sound cruel, but you'll see why soon. I really need you to do this favor. I am asking you, I am begging you. Please kill my daughter with a flamethrower. About the flamethrower, I keep the one I was using for weeding in a secret place. I don't want Toronto to find it. I am taking the memo that shows the secret place with me. Find it on my body. Well, I'll go ahead and wait for Rachel around the second corner of hell. David Rodriguez. Rusty key obtained. Sir, oh yeah, I missed some items. Along the drink wall. A Hassie. And a Hassie. You'll see Panic Stretch. So we got that key. And this is a locked gate right here. There's a lot of fun billboards in the area. I'll be sure to give you a good look at all of them. Mutant worms, it came from the underground, coming to you. Man, I'm here, alone. Tommy Hopper film, Massacre in Nature, nominated in the National Award 12 section. Cannibal Fantasy, Goblin Moon. It's a monk killer. It's like all the monsters like have their like own little like movie posters that they star in. And we are going into movie theaters too. Clash Heat. Oh, that probably explains a lot of Dummy Men too. Oh, here we go. Here are the faceless hookers, and they have guns. They have guns. This is one of the only places in the game that they show up in, sadly. But I am not gonna beat them to death with a steel pipe as much as I would like to. I am more of a pacifist. Eyes wide open. Dummy Man.
Dummy Man. Dummy Man. Knock down Dummy Man.
Knock down Dummy Man. So that's a clue on what we need to be doing. Sizes problem. Godla. Dummy Man 2. The Overdrive. Part of me thinks like they wanted to develop a racing game, and so like they created the Dummy Men, but they had to scrap the game entirely, so maybe that's why they got recycled into enemies in Illbleed, maybe? And here we go. Here's the water tower, and he hung himself. Dave's memo obtained. I buried it in the ground in front of the movie billboard. You can see the sign through the work hut window. So now we know where the flamethrower is. And there's an item over here. Up. We got more hookers.
Hey, hurry up!
Just dodge bullets, it's that easy. News clipping 2 obtained. Mysterious catastrophe at campsite. All visitors killed. Site expected to close. Bodies of campgoers and destroyed cars found at Camp David in Arizona. Cause of incident is still unknown. Local authorities rule out human intervention due to the scale of the incident. Slow progress by investigators caused by lack of evidence. Camp David was once a worm farm owned by David Rodriguez. Toronto acquired the land and built Camp David. Camp David opened on the 20th of last month, featuring wild monkeys in a drive-in theater. Wild monkeys and humans are always a bad mixture, a very bad mixture. If you ever want your scalp ripped off, go play with a wild monkey. I don't advise it. Monkeys are absolutely fucking terrifying. Flamethrower obtained. And I am bleeding, and my heart rate is pretty high. Attack of the monster bee! That dummy man does look like a polygon model I'd see inside a car in Carmageddon. An old 1998 game. Maybe. Monkeypox. And yeah, go take worms, eat into a whole new level. You will eat the bugs. Dave's Diary 1 obtained. I bought a worm from a vendor so I could raise worms for sale. The vendor brought me his last worm. That worm was you, Rachel. You are more special than any of the other worms I knew. Rachel is a name I wanted to give my daughter. Now go and have lots of babies. Help make me some money. Something terrible has happened to my Rachel today. It was my fault, but I still don't know what happened. I was playing with her under the tree as usual. Then somehow she slipped from my hands and fell into a gas tank. I picked her up right away. I thought she would die after being soaked in so much gas. I was terrified. Strangely, she started sucking the gas off of her body. She never did weaken. How bizarre that my little girl did such a thing. All I can do now is look after her. It seems Rachel is growing too fast since the gasoline accident. Now all I can do is feed her as much gasoline as she desires. Yum, gasoline. She gets bigger and bigger each day and she doesn't look like a worm anymore. Keep in mind, this game came out like back when gas was still like very fucking cheap compared to like what it is fucking nowadays. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. It is okay to get big, but her size is beginning to scare me. She is in good shape though. Daughters are full of gas. I am getting worried about her. She outgrew me in 10 days. Her reproduction rate is 10 times higher than any other worm. Her babies are high quality and they sell well. Well, I did get my wish of wealth and happiness. Bring on more worms, Rachel.
Rachel?
Please burn Rachel, please.
That giant worm is Rachel?
That giant worm is Rachel? Okay, we got the wrench. But is there any other items that we need? Oh, I missed something. Bio body, okay. Let me chug this Hassie. Let's lower my heart rate. And let's get rid of the bleeding. No panic stretch. This game is 100% serious. Don't doubt it for a second. So remember how that guy was telling us, Dummy Man. So we see Dummy Man, the Returner. They got like all these billboards for Dummy Man movies, but they're titled Dummy Man, Dummy Man 2, and Dummy Man 3. There's a reason to that. Let's use the wrench. Unscrew the bolts from the signboard. Some of the music may be a 30-second loop, but damn, I actually do really love this game's soundtrack. It's really fucking good. It's like dreadful enough. It accomplishes what it needs to do, is like always keep you on edge and be unsettling in a way. Not in a Silent Hill way, but it's like, it's good slasher horror music. Unscrewed the bolts from the signboard. Here we go. Here's Dummy Man 2. The Overdrive. No items that I missed in this area again, right? Nope, we're good. We're good. And here's the final Dummy Man sign. Cannot be used here. Okay, so I'm not in the right spot. Okay, here's where I need to be. Alright, now there was a purpose to making these signs fall over. We didn't do that for nothing. Alright, so we don't want to touch the dirt in this area. We'll see if my platforming skills are very good, or if they suck. So far, so good, though. Nope, nope. So, infinite health. Say hello to Rachel. He's a big worm. Nearly took some damage there, but we escaped. But now we start way back at where we initially started. So, you have to be perfect at this. Otherwise, you have to start all over again. So this is some more clunky platforming, which luckily you don't see much more platforming in the game, if at all, after this segment. This, like I said earlier, this level is basically an outlier to the rules of how Illbleed works, though technically each stage is kind of trying something new in a way. But this is the only one that doesn't have the horror monitor and is more of a... Like I said, it's the progression is weird with what they wanted to do. Spend like an entire first stage training you to play the game right. And then the second stage, just strip it all away so that you're like left with your pants around your ankle. Your ankle. Singular ankle. Hi, Rachel. Don't mind me, I'm just jumping across cars. Gotta be very, 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 very careful. You gotta position yourself just right. Jumping's a little bit tricky, but I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Okay, one final jump to make. Will I botch it? Will I make it? We will see. Ah, made it. Okay, this is gonna be my last chance to do it, so... Let's, eat this salad. Level placement, yeah, there's like later levels too that feel like they weren't in the original intended order that they were probably meant to be. It's very interesting. And then there is a final character that doesn't technically count as one of our friends that we've seen before. But we only get to play him for one stage where we don't even, spoilers, technically even get to play as any of the characters directly. So, there's some weird, questionable choices. What do you mean can't be used here? Okay, I think this is the right spot. It's a little bit weird with where it wants me to use these items. Here we go. Field flamethrower. Alright, now we're in the boss battle. Now we gotta burn Rachel. Ah, she got a hit on me. Oh. Gave me a little bit of a nibble. Ah. Just gotta play it safe with Rachel. It's kind of an annoying boss fight, but it's not that difficult. I'm just not being good. So when you're in a battle, you can't use any healing items at all. So if you know like a boss battle is coming up, you kind of you want to prepare beforehand. Otherwise, you could potentially screw yourself. Rachel is not playing nice today. I usually have a easy time with Rachel, but this is oh, this is bad. This is not a good fight with Rachel I'm having. Okay, that was a good hit on Rachel. I love the boss music in this game, it's so twisted. Come on, Rachel. She's dead.
Rachel! I've missed you so. You appear to be okay. Oh, that's a relief. At last, we can be together forever. Let's go back to hell. Hey, you, young one! Thank you. I'll never forget your kindness.
His dumb cutscene always puts a stupid smile on my face. Rachel! Okay, we got the gas tank. Before I go anywhere else, all these items that we have aren't going to be used for anything, and they're going to disappear as soon as the stage ends, so... Let's just go ahead and use the Amazon, so now I'm completely cleared of all damage, and I'll get all the bonuses associated with my health. Key has been inserted, but it doesn't move due to lack of gas. Good thing we just picked up the gas. Go! Clear! Little victory fanfare. Your prize is... I'm good on everything else. It's just the clear time I got penalized for, which, yeah, I'm not a speedrunner. It is one of the shorter levels. And I think I have enough stamina in me tonight to do the 3rd chapter, and then I think I'll end the stream. And then we'll continue with the other ones. Possibly tomorrow. I'm a little nervous about the next one, because the next one is a little bit tough. So... Upgrade. So Eriko, like, this is one thing she has over all the other characters. Her heart is already maximized, so she has the best heart rate out of any character. She is less likely to die of a heart attack. So I do want to stop bleeding even more on Eriko. I do want to... There we go. I won't have enough money for another upgrade, but there we go. She'll have an easier time with bleeding, and she will have a little bit of extra health. Alright, we're a little bit stronger now. Let's stock up on some items. So before you do any stage in this game, it's always a good idea to buy some items. Okay, we'll take one of these, actually 2 of those. Might seem like a little bit of a waste of money, but it's just like some extra security that I'm gonna be able to make it okay through the stage. Hey, dummy man. Yeah, Queen Worm is the shortest stage in the game. Easiest one too. You don't have to worry about the horror monitor and finding traps or anything. It's just avoiding the worms, keeping an eye on your stamina and your heart rate and your bleeding. So these 2 are done. Another note to like kind of point out, I guess. Everyone points out like this, but the maximum prize money that you see up there, that's not how much we actually earned for beating the stage. So like the theory is that they kind of rushed this game out. This is 2,000, but we got 8,000 instead, or 80,000 instead. They kind of like had to rush this game out. The Dreamcast was dying, and they didn't have time to really balance some of the other stuff and like fix some of the probably other plans. Alright. Cut in pieces. It's still warm. Woodpuppets. Starring George McLaughlin with Woodcutter, Woodpuppets, Randy Fairbanks. So this is an interesting level.
George McLaughlin knew there was more to life than running a saw.
It's a good face.
He loved what he did, but he needed better equipment. It'd make the finest, fastest chainsaw man has ever seen. That chainsaw instantly would tear through wood with a nice clean cut and would make him the envy of anyone in the lumber business. He knew just the tree to cut to prove the merits of his product. It was 800 years old, huge, gnarly, and tough as nails. He took a picture of himself in front of the tree and then started to saw.
Look at that.
A face appeared on the tree and it swallowed him. He was presumed lost in the wilderness or eaten by a bear. No one cared because he was a loner anyway.
No one cared because he was a loner anyways. Same.
New workers took over the mill and everything went smoothly until 7 years later, when 100 workers mysteriously disappeared. The relatives of the missing workers soon began receiving wooden boxes. The moment they opened them, a maniacal wooden doll jumped out and chased the terrified families. They used pans, sticks, or hammers to smash the dolls as best they could. Ironically, those wooden dolls spewed blood, and this freaked the people out even more. They called them Woodpuppets, and hoped they had seen the last of them.
Woodpuppets. Hoo-wah, hoo-wah. Hey, dee. Another reason why this game wouldn't exist in modern day. To the challengers, break into the McCaughlan lumber mill and solve the enigma of the Woodpuppets. Also prove what happened in the disappearance of McCaughlan. Whoa, 120,000. So, we're gonna go with good old Erico. We're gonna ignore the other two. Ah, this music. Here's our horror monitor. Well, dummy man battle. Just only one though. Ah, okay. We luckily got out of there with no bleeding and only 8 points on our heart rate. So sadly there's no item sensor in this world. We're back to relying on Sixth Sense. So we do have a trap that is activating with our eyesight. Where it is though, I don't know. We found a Hassie. Definitely want to scavenge as much as I can. This level is very dangerous. It's getting late. Yeah, have a good night, Panic Stretch. Thank you for watching the stream tonight. Have a good one. It's always nice to have you around. Yeah, I think that's the trap right there. Cool. My Sixth Sense was activating somewhere. There we go, we got a deep breath. Nothing else seems to be active around here. Yeah, we're good to go inside now. The McCaughlan Museum. Alright. So we have sight going off right here. And we could basically see there's a bunch of saws, chainsaws, and just gonna be safe.
Cool.
Oh, have a good night, Xavier. Thanks for dropping by the stream tonight. Yeah. I thought I tagged that. Got a chainsaw to the face. That does a ton of damage and a ton of bleeding too. Yeah, good night. Have a good night. Sight, so nothing else here is like zooming in, so it's definitely this as a trap right here. Cool. Love that that's her reaction to everything is just cool. Artificial plasma obtained.
Hello, my name is George McLaughlin. I came to this beautiful forest 7 years ago as a woodcutter.
I love how low
That's
effort
really
that
all I
model
knew how
is.
to do.
They just put like a real scan of a human's face on it. It's like people trying to emulate PS1 graphics in like indie horror games, but like actually in a more well, would this count as more professional? I don't know.
Ho, going to cut the tree, going to cut the tree, and I got to cut the tree 'cause I love to cut the tree. Yo ho ho, and I'm out of control. I'm gonna cut the tree.
Gotta get cut by the tree. Alright, there's our weapon for the stage. There's something else around here. Wood. A memo. Okay, that's a clue for an upcoming puzzle. Don't gotta worry about it for now. For now, I need to worry about making it through here alive and taking as little damage as possible. Because this is a trap hallway. Calculator. So a calculator's pretty much a useless item. Next shock rate rating. It like shows some extra stats or whatever, but maybe it's useful for other characters. I don't know. There's like a very low chance of anything happening with Eriko, really. She doesn't really do the fainting thing unless you're in really bad condition. Okay, okay, there is no traps here, so I've already wasted half of my brain juice. So, that shaking tree out there is probably a trap. I'm gonna mark both of those just in case. One was right. And the second one is right too. Okay. Running low on brain juice, but that wasn't a trap. Oh, welcome to stream, RetroWave64. Okay, that was one of the traps. I still got a decent amount of brain juice, but that is another trap. I'm gonna mark that. I think I want to be very careful here. This place does not fuck around. It does a ton of damage if you get hit by these. It's going great. This is like one of my favorite games ever. So I like to think I'm pretty decent at it. Yeah, ER discount ticket. I don't know if I'll... No, it'll be like a short little health restore a cheap health restore. Okay, we got one more trap in here. Where is it? It's not the window. This is like the only thing that's setting off. So... Yep. Okay. made it through without triggering any of the traps, unless I'm a dumbass and I immediately run into something that's going to hurt me. We seem to be in the clear. We're in the clear. So, this is going to be our first encounter with a enemy. I have a lot of like this memorized, so. Okay. I love the Woodpuppets, how they're just like the anatomy figures that like an artist would use. Maybe they were like designed as like a placeholder for all the characters and how their joints work, because like when you look at the graphics for this game, like the characters do look like ball jointed dolls. Yeah, the woodcutter stage. This is Woodpuppets. Nothing special found. Randy. The wooden box reads Randy. It's also addressed to his home. There, it's Randy. Yeah, he's the best character. I think sadly I'm gonna give him his brain this run. I'll save a brainless Randy run for a future, like a future Halloween stream of this. Oh, I almost ran into a trap. It's the only thing ahead. Oh man, that was like one more step and I would have like activated it. Something out there would have attacked me. This is where I lament, like, there's so much cool stuff in the game, but if you know how to play it and you play it decent, then you don't see a lot of the cool stuff. Still. Okay. Let's go ahead and fix ourselves up. Actually, nah, it's not worth it. Yeah, let's go for the pulse. If I wanted to play a little bit more, I want to be a little bit more dangerous. I could have saved up some of my prize money and got an upgrade with that. But I just want the extra security, because sometimes getting the items pays off more, because it just makes it a little bit more easier to run the stage and not die. Yeah, Super Great Friends playthrough of it. I mentioned that like earlier in the stream too. He is basically the series of Illbleed you go to if you want to learn a lot about this game and like just have a fun time. Like very great archiving skills of this game. I really admire that playthrough of his. Okay, we're able to save. Where is that item? Oh, here we go. More upgrade stuff. I love the texture work on these right here. They're creepy and unsettling because they're just like body bags, but they still got human faces and textures to them. I think one's a trap that even opens up and swings a sword at you if it's Here, I'll just activate it. Oh no, fuck. That's a trapdoor. Maybe I'm thinking a later stage then. Shit. Alright, well, let's just, let's walk. Let the bleeding kind of cure itself.
B2 line. Confirming defrost.
Turbo in full gear. Number 106 entering skinning stage.
Those aren't pleasant sounds.
106 has been skinned.
106 has been skinned. Ah, it's so gruesome. I love it. They're just skinning corpses down here. This guy's, he's just taking a little break. I think I'm gonna chug a Hassie. Yeah, Stretch Panic and Carnival. There's a very specific kind of game that I love. That might be a little bit evident on, how my VTuber model looks. you kind of get the grasp of like what I enjoy and what I like. Let's just chug another Hassie. I forget I have more health now after I did that build up. Oh, I got him in a good pattern. He's like trying to like ah, look at this fucking bloodbath. It's so good. Ah, yeah. Oh, that was very lucky. I got him stuck in like a little loop where he was trying to like readjust to like properly throw attack. They are a bitch to deal with. I know of Blue Stinger, but I never actually got to play through Blue Stinger, so I hope to do it for this Christmas, because it is a Christmas game after all. Okay, there are traps in here. No, Blue Stinger is a very... It's like a more serious Illbleed in a way. And I do know that there are references to Blue Stinger in Illbleed. And I am aware of Dog, the best character. Okay. Here we see the skin bodies coming through on the conveyor belt again. This is so twisted, I love it. You had to rebuy it, you had to sell for— oh, that sucks. I hate to hear when people like, they sell their games and like, these are really good games to own and like, I wish I could have owned Illbleed. I saw it for $20 at a Funko Land when the Dreamcast was dying.
Body assembly line open.
But dumb little me was like, it'll be there forever. It wasn't. Go back in time and kick my stupid little ass and say, you dropped that $20 for Illbleed right now, because you're gonna have to pay $400 for it in the future.
Power down the coding process. Stop. C4 line type B complete.
Either that or just buy out the whole Dreamcast inventory. Yeah, it's, you know, going back in time. Just look at that gruesome detail, the fucking bodies hanging from the fucking roots. I love that. Okay, this is like trap hell right here. Just tagging all that to be safe.
Cool.
What? But I tagged everything, I thought. Oh, Illbleed, always throwing some surprises.
Cool.
Resident Evil 4 and Silent Hill 2 can get a remake, then we gotta bring this game back from the dead. I don't know if I want this game to be remade. I don't have any faith in, like, anyone. I feel like the creator was a very specific brand of crazy that we unfortunately lost due to his heart attack soon after this game released. But I would like to see someone make an Illbleed like. That's what I would like to see, more games in the vein of this dark humor and general buffoonery. Like, who in their right mind, like, they're just sitting there, like, looking at it, and ball jointed jaw on their desk, ball jointed doll. I'm having a stroke. They're looking at the ball jointed doll, anatomy doll, on their desk, and they're like, let's make this an enemy in our game. Ah, we got Randy's brain. This won't be a brainless Randy run, as much as I would like to do it. It's the Woodpuppets. I just murdered someone, but I needed that. But yeah, as I was saying, the Illbleed formula is just begging to be remade with a new game. Like, this is just Minesweeper horror. I don't know why, like, no one else has, like, thought to, like, make a game like this again. This is, like, a very one-in-the-kind cult classic. Gotta keep spreading the word of it, though, and, like, the more people that play it, maybe it'll reach the right person that'll be passionate enough to make it happen. Who knows? I'm not really a huge fan of remakes, because I don't have any trust. Like, this is basically someone's baby, and, like, that's like handing the baby over to someone that doesn't know what they're doing, so it's not gonna resemble like what it once was. Okay, this is where the note we looted at the very beginning of the stage. Now, if we didn't know to loot that note, then we would have been screwed and had to have run all the way back there. So the wood, it looks like a lumber mill invoice. 3221 pieces of 2x4 were purchased at $3 each. Which, this is a very Japanese flavored puzzle in the Japanese version. It's a lot more complex. For the American version, you just take the number that we're given and multiply it by 3. So 9663. Yep, 9663. Enter. There we go. Yeah, Sega will... Sega's not gonna...
Slaves. You'd better be careful when you start tossing those humans in here. It's easy to slip, and then, wham, you'll be a wood puppet too. I don't think you'd like that now.
Wow, putting a TV on a door hatch. That's crazy. But yeah, Sega would definitely not approve of Zodic nowadays. I've seen some of the stuff that they don't allow for Sonic, and it's pretty interesting. Like, I think money can't exist in the Sonic world. He has to use rings. Basically, the Sonic mandates. I'm a wood puppet now. Hello, Sushi the Goat 2000. is still a little crazy, but we could walk through this. I know there is a trap in this hallway. They kind of like throw it there to throw you off. I see a vortag. You're not the first one tonight to notice the vortag. Why are you searching the vortag? Everyone gets their goofy well, it's like a half-truth. Oh god. There's the trap. Okay, the smell, so there's like gas coming out there. That would have activated. There we go, that was a trap right there. Ah, fuck. I got gunked. Luckily that didn't do a whole lot of damage. So nothing's setting off the trap meter now. I think that's the first trap I actually fell for in this stage so far. Sight. Okay. Definitely gotta be that right there. I'll just tag that just to be safe. I got the extra items. Okay, okay. So there was nothing there. Okay. Nothing else I don't think can be tagged in this area. Yes, yes, got it. Cool. Okay, so there might be some items over here. No, no items. Woodman hunting. Welcome to the Hunger Games before the Hunger Games existed. Where's that item? Oh, right, the wood pamphlets. Woodman Hunting Guide. Official Woodpuppet Hunting Guide for Woodcutters. In the hunting, the objective is to hunt down wandering woodpuppets. Prizes will be awarded. Participants should read this guide carefully. Number 1, basic rules. A point is added after beating a woodpuppet. A prize is given based on points. Players disqualified if beaten by a woodpuppet. Point system. Score differs depending on the type of woodpuppets you hunt. For types and points, please refer to the following page. Type A gives the most points. Type A, human inside. Speaks and runs away if chased. 30 points. Type B, stares without speaking. Simple attacks. 10 points. Type C, brainless. Speaks gibberish. Behaves oddly. Only 2 points. 3. Prizes. 300 points. Gold chainsaw. Special edition by McLaughlin. 200 points. 3 kilograms of prime beef. 100 points. Mandragora. 4. Other defeated woodpuppets will be dedicated to the Michael Clinic for anatomy purposes. So they just get turned into like actual anatomical woodpuppets for artists to use.
I see you're Erico Christie, and you're 18 years old. From this point on is a hunting area. There are a lot of woodcutters who'd love to axe you wood puppets into little pieces. If you manage to make it through the hunting area alive, you'll turn back into a human again. Remember, as Woodpuppets, you can't jump. Here's a list of people taking part in today's adventure. These friends will go to hell and back with you, so stick together. Take the list with you if you want. Well, what are you waiting for? Get going. The hunting's already begun.
If Type A has a human inside and Type C is brainless, what creature's brain is in Type B? Oh, they're all humans. Just Type B isn't, like, maybe the casing doesn't allow for them to speak. Or, like, they're partially lobotomized. Guide for Woodpuppets. 1. Basic rules. If you defeat a woodcutter and reach the goal alive, you will have a chance to return to human form. If beaten, you will be disqualified. Listed in the appendix of this guide are woodpuppets already registered for today's hunting. Good luck to you all. Appendix. List of participants. Number 919. Richard Anastasio. Age 40. Male. Salaried worker. Type A. Comment. I will reach the goal and return to human no matter what. Number 920. Eleanor Ferenz, age 38, F, housewife, type A. I'm dying, help me. No, number 921. Randy Fairbanks, age 16, male, high school student, type C. Number 922. Dasko Takaji, age 26, male, designer. Probably a reference to someone on the team. Any prize for Woodpuppets? Note, no prizes for Woodpuppets. Okay, there is a item over here, for sure. Gobble. Forget what that does, but in case I need to use an item, I'll pull it up. They aren't gonna throw a trap at me at this corner, I hope. Nope, looks like no. Alright, this is where hell begins. Now, luckily the trick that worked with Banballow and the worms can be applied here as well. So... I hear footsteps, so one's coming for me. Oh. Ah, fuck. So we have interesting attacks as a wood puppet. We could kind of keep them stun locked, so... Okay, I got out of that one with minimal damage. Cool. So... this is like a giant labyrinth-like area where we have to avoid infinitely spawning woodcutters, so... Sorry, I have a burp coming on. I'm gonna be polite, I'm not gonna burp on stream. I'm not that Minhera yet. Okay. We want to go to the center area, so I am going to take a... Oh fuck, he spooked me, is like right fucking there. I'm trying to keep the sliding attack going, because that's my best bet of like also damaging them and doing dodges, because we aren't able to dodge in the same way. No. It's a dead end over there. Okay, I hear him behind me. He's coming. We'll just go north. We'll go north. Up. There's one right there. Micah, freeze them and open the map, and then open the map again and freeze them again. Stay away, stay away. He's right behind me. I just gotta scum it. I gotta scum it and just keep running. Ah, here we go. Saved by the cutscene. Hoo-wah, hoo-wah. So I think that cutscene despawns the woodcutter behind me. Thank you, Brainless Randy, for your amazing commentary. Woodola obtained. These are bugs that eat wood. They are a key item to progression. Okay, so a big withered root is blocking the stairs. Good thing we just picked up these bugs that eat wood. Not the most complex puzzle. Pick up wood-eating bug, put it on wood. Clear path. You can see the woodcutter running around down there. I don't think they'll attack us up on this bridge. I don't think they're able to spawn up here. Though, watch me be proven wrong. I usually just see them down there, so I don't remember ever having to fight them up here. And yeah, a wooden doll should not be carrying wood-eating bugs around. Though technically I'm still Erico inside. I still have my skin and everything intact. I skipped the skinning process. At least I think I skipped the skinning process. It's just a coating of wood that's over me. Any item over here? Nope, nope, nope. Any item over here? Nope, nope. Okay. I think this is a good time for me to use some of my healing items. So, let's just go ahead and gulp this Hassie. And let's crude stamina increasing drug made of a herb which grows in volcanic ash, causes side effects. Okay, so we're not going to use that then. We are instead going to use a relaxation CD. Like at the point we jumped into the hatch, she basically, like, she wasn't, I don't think, we were skipping the de-skinning portion. Oh, thank you for the follow, RetroWave64. Okay, this is pretty straightforward. So we're gonna start running into the lumberjacks again. Gotta be careful here. Just take the brain out, place it in brain. Whoa! Ah, that's the way I need to go too. I'm probably gonna have to fight this guy. Just take the brain out, place it in a brain cavity analog, add vital support the doll, and add the analog. Job done. It's a simple process. Even a human could do it. Ah, fuck! I'm gonna have to fight this guy. The kick is kind of a weird move because sometimes you'll stand in place. You kind of gotta keep like the pressure down on moving when you're kicking, and then you'll do the moving version of it. There's a tornado you could do, but that kind of like it leaves you standing still. But you can move that one too. I just have a hard time. Like I don't know if it's my controller that kind of makes it a hassle to do it correctly. But sometimes I just like take the unnecessary hits. So we see the emergency operation first aid station. That's Randy, by the way. Poor guy. Look at him. Hey, the dummy men bros. So what you're saying is that's a full body prosthetic, essentially. Yes, it is, technically, kind of. Do the helicopter spin. Fuck, they got me in such a bad space. Fucking... okay. I was able to end that battle pretty fast though, but I'm bleeding like hell. Yeah, I used Randy's brain.
Phew! I'm sad. I couldn't recognize anything because I had no brain.
Calm down, Randy. Everything's gonna be fine. You'll see.
Whoa! You're Erica? You came here just in time. I'm sick and tired of looking like this. Let's get out of here.
Right, Randy Fairbanks is saved. All of our friends are saved. Except for one that comes later. So I think he's actually the youngest one of the bunch, too. But he's like this giant mulking musclehead that has the most stamina out of everyone. And I think his attacks do a little bit more damage compared to the rest of the cast. Okay, let's heal up and take a deep breath. And let's deplete the bleeding. Is this the right way? Yes, this is the right way. So, just gotta try and avoid the woodcutters, because I don't want to get into any more battles and take any more unnecessary damage. Oh fuck, he's like right there. Yeah, a friend called Rainy Fair. Oh, they're not gonna like the mess I'm gonna make. Okay, let's use a trick and see if I could get by him by constantly freezing them in place by opening the map and just running right past them. Oh, he's right behind me. Stay still, stay still, stay there, stay there, stay there. It's so scummy to do this, but like, it's there. I'm gonna fucking do it. It makes my life easier. I do not like this part. It's cool. I don't like this part. It's really cool, but it kind of puts me on edge. It's like I'm not the best at fighting as a wood puppet. Now we have some mandatory battles here. They make elephant noises when they attack. It's so satisfying to see that blood. That's like the one good thing about the wood puppets is all the blood that they produce. There we go, he's dead. Ah, fuck, they put a trap right there to shake me up. Okay. One more for good measures, fucking mandatory battles. We're in the home stretch, and then they're like just throwing everything at me just as a final fuck you. Okay, you stay dead. Is there any items in here? Scapegoat Mary, good, good, good. This is basically like a free revive. Got a lot of hurt. Let's just fully heal. I think I'm in the home stretch to the boss now. Wait, this is the place I came from. No items here. And as a wood puppet, we cannot jump, so this is how they make sure that we do this next thing. It de-woodifies wood. Now what happens if we get inside of it? Want to use this strange device? Yeah, sure, why not? We saw it tear apart some wood. Now we're made of wood, so... Just a bunch of dead wood puppets around us. Nothing could go wrong. Just a little epilepsy, I guess. That could go wrong. If you're a wood puppet, does that mean you're like the best pirate ever? Pig body? I guess. The One Piece is real. One more of these bastards. I don't remember this part. Am I gonna have one more bastard to deal with? No, it looks like no. Okay, we're good. We're in the boss room.
Could be the connection. I mean the cable connection, not the oil pump.
No, that's not the problem.
Sorry, we're having trouble getting the boss character out. Hold on a second, please. Hey, we got another customer waiting here. Hurry up.
Try turning on the switch again.
Okay, here goes.
Typical Disneyland bullshit.
Nah, nothing doing.
This is gonna be a nightmare. You over there, go ahead and jump into it and keep going. I'll try to get it to work from here.
Ah, it's so creepy looking. Okay, I gotta get the rhythm down. I don't want this to be a death. This could be a death. Gotta not get greedy with the hits. Okay. This isn't looking well. Not looking good at all. Uh-oh. It's got my heart pumping. There we go. Bruh.
My name is George McLaughlin. I can work for him.
He's giving the speech at the end he's supposed to give for his boss introduction. He's just like completely busted. Okay, I'm bleeding pretty fucking bad. So here we go. Let's completely relax my pulse. Use all my healing items. And okay. We're in good shape now. We're fine. Yeah, Disneyland ride broke. So if I didn't have any of my healing items, I would have been fucked there, because we have this long stretch of land and they would want me to bleed out right after I defeated the boss. And that's a tricky boss. If you could get the dodging down, it's an extremely easy boss. It basically is like Dark Souls light. Yeah, we're in this cool misty forest. And we got this nice creepy song playing. And the goal's right in front of us. Yeah! Your prize is... Did pretty good. Only minus 1,340. Alright, now we're back at the park. Let's go see what upgrades we can afford. Imagine what would have happened if they mixed up the brains and you got your bodies back in there. Kind of Randy swap places. Ah, just a typical Freaky Friday. Let's power up her blood and her stamina as well. I would like to save some to buy items, so maybe after this next one. Boom, boom. Okay, we'll be stronger now more than ever. Let's just enjoy the sights of Illbleed for a bit. I love the texture work for this game. It's really fucking good. Really high quality stuff for the Dreamcast. Very nice and clean, but like it has such a grimy, disgusting feel to it that also is like... It's like the best of both worlds. It's crusty, but it's clean. Just look up Brainless Randy on YouTube, and you'll see what happens if you do not give him his brain back. He basically stays like that, and his face is like... He's constantly drooling, and he looks like he doesn't have a brain. It's great. Okay, 3 hours and 24 minutes, and we're down 3 stages, so we're making pretty good pace. I think if you want to speedrun this game, you basically have to you have to skip cutscenes, because cutscenes actually and pausing the game do count towards your game time. Okay. I think that is enough Illbleed for tonight. I want to save some for tomorrow if I feel like streaming tomorrow. It's very likely that I'll be streaming tomorrow, but we'll see how I feel. So let's hop back to the living room. As much as I would like to continue, the next stage that's coming up is probably the longest stage in the entire game. So it's a really long gauntlet, and I feel like I need to be more refreshed, cause the gaming fatigue is hitting me now. I feel like relaxing a bit and getting not necessarily sleep. I need something to put me a little less on edge. Illbleed is not necessarily a scary game, but it requires a lot of focus and management of your items, and so that's a little bit of a stressful element to it. But it's not that hard of a game either, but still. that tree boss, it did get my heart pumping a bit, because like, I was doing pretty bad at the start, but once I got the dodging pattern down, it was no problem. And luckily I had my healing items stocked up enough that I wouldn't bleed out on the final trek to the goal. That would have really sucked. Next part though has a lot of fun but stressful elements to it. And then it's one of my favorite levels, because it's very, very unique. I do really enjoy it. So if you're around and you're unaware of what Illbleed is up next on Illbleed, definitely tune in and watch it. Or, you know, just go to YouTube and like look up a Super Best Friend or some of the other people that have played this game. It's a cult classic Dreamcast game, one that's very dear to my heart. I love it. I love everything about it, and I constantly sing it praise, and I suggest everyone play it, and every Halloween, friends do not hear the end of it from me, of play this game, play this game, play this game, play Illbleed, it's great, play Illbleed. So I'll wind down with a little bit of chatter, but I don't have much to really report on. The morning part of my day was basically going out to McDonald's to get the final Halloween pail that they have. Because, hey, it's a fun little thing to do for the season. Little plastic buckets that are just, you know, a ghost, a pumpkin, a witch. And I have the entire set now. I have all three. They're a far cry from the originals, but still, the fact that they exist is cool. So it's a little tribute to the OGs. And I wanted them. Buckets are cool. For Halloween decoration, you know, just get one of those fake candles and put it inside the bucket, and there you go. You got a cheap little decoration. Yeah. This Halloween's promotion was Halloween buckets for, like, they resemble the originals, but not as good. I feel like they're smaller, and the handles, and they don't have lids. They're kind of like, they're a little more budget than they were, but it is a fun callback still. Like, I called one of the McDonald's this morning. I was like, hey, do you have the pumpkins? They're like, oh, yeah. So I, like, go out of my way to drive all the way out to McDonald's. I get there, and I have to wait a little bit extra because it was still, like, breakfast hours. And then I'm, like, sitting out in my car waiting. And then I go inside, and it's about time that I can order lunch. And then they're like, oh, no, sorry. We don't have any more of the pumpkins left. And I'm like, wait, what? I drove all the way. Well, I didn't pull a Karen. I'm understanding of people that work in food and retail, because I am one. I am a wagey. But that did, like, sour my mood this morning. But then I called another McDonald's and like, hey, do you have the pumpkins? And they're like, yeah, we have the pumpkins. I'm like, okay, thank you. And I went there, I got the pumpkins, no problem. So I wasn't lied to in that case. But I'm glad to have the full set of them now. Now I can stop eating food that's slowly killing me. Yeah, I have the whole set from years ago too. Like I said, my parents, when I was a little baby, I was a Christmas baby, but everything I grew up on was Halloween themed. This is the Rick lore right here. My first SNES game, Super Ghouls and Ghosts, and then Super Mario World. What a fucking game to begin on, am I right? And then The Nightmare Before Christmas also was a brand new thing back then too. And my first birthday party was themed after A Nightmare Before Christmas. Well, I think the one that I can remember was themed, but I think that was my first birthday too. And then my parents like bought me all like the little action figures for The Nightmare Before Christmas, and like, man, I was a little spoiled brat way back then. I was a fucking baby. It's like, I remember looking at one of those the plastic pumpkin buckets too, and like I loved the way it looked and just everything about Halloween. It really like resonated with my young soul. So Halloween has always had a special place in my heart, and I've always been one of those Nightmare Before Christmas kind of hipsters before it was cool to be one. I am the OG Halloween and spooky cute enjoyer. Okay, that's enough of me being pretentious, but yeah, I've like my past as a kid, I was all about monsters. I was all about Halloween. I love Christmas too, but Halloween, Something very special about it. While I get useful presents for Christmas, I get to rot my teeth out of my head with tons of delicious variety candies and switchblades. All these years and I haven't been poisoned yet. But sorry, model's kind of going crazy a bit there. I'm wiping my eyes. My room is getting a little bit hot. I had to close my window earlier because the neighbor's dogs outside were barking pretty loudly. But what was I saying? Yeah, it's been years since I've been able to trick-or-treat, because obviously I'm an adult now. I can't necessarily go to strangers' doors as an adult and not set off like any red flags that, why is this adult man trick-or-treating? I wish I had a little cousin or some sort of like younger brother or sister to like take out trick-or-treating, because I would. It's a very special holiday. While everyone thinks it's like a throwaway holiday, there's nothing great about it. It's a pay it forward tradition. You give a kid a really, really awesome night that they'll always remember, and everything feels like magical and weird on Halloween night, and you're so excited to go out into the dark and dress up as whatever monster character is you want, and you get a bunch of free fucking candy, and you see cool decorations everywhere. Like, I used to go ham with the decorations for the house and everything. And in recent years, the Halloween spirit just isn't there. It's just dying all around me, and it's like, it's been a very depressing past decade. So it was never quite the same after 2001, basically, which we all know what happened in 2001, and that really ruined the Halloween spirit for that year, and it feels like it's never recovered since. But there are still people in my area that keep the Halloween spirit alive, and so yeah, it's a tradition of paying it forward. I got cool Halloween nights, and I would like to give others cool Halloween nights, even if my participation is just, you know, decorating or celebrating in other ways, or, you know, make all the other boring rest of the years like give something cool, spice up life just a little bit. If you get what I'm trying to say here, it's a tradition kept alive by culture and humanity. And the moment we stop celebrating Halloween, well, that'll be a very, very sad part of history, in my opinion. The Christmas spirit is forever strong in our house at Halloween. And then Christmas is encroaching on its ground as well. I guess this is payback for Jack Skellington encroaching on Christmas territory. Now the reverse is happening. But yeah, I went off on a little bit of a tangent. TLDR, or TL didn't listen. I love Halloween. I'm a sucker for Halloween. Give me spooky stuff, give me dumb crazy stuff. And I'm all about this dumb crazy stuff. I love me Illbleed, I love me Carnival. I love all kinds of horror games. I love Silent Hill. Cheesy horror, B horror, actual horror. Though sadly I don't mesh well with a lot of modern horror, and I don't really like what Resident Evil has become in recent years. But then again, it's always been dumb action schlock. But it just feels more now than ever they're just trying to be like dumb action schlock movies. And the Resident Evil 4 remake did get announced, and that's a game that didn't need a remake. Is already an amazing game, but it wasn't a good horror game, in my opinion. That's like when the series like drastically changed in direction to be dumb action schlock. Just Resident Evil 4 was an amazing game. It just felt good to play. It wasn't scary, but it was fun to play. But I feel like that's where most fans agree the series really radically changed. And now it's radically changed again with this remake. And I don't really vibe with the Resident Evil, like, after 4, just the series, I fell off of it, and I just don't like what they've done with it since, honestly. But yeah, I think that's all I wanted to talk about for now. So Illbleed's fun. Do check it out. If you're watching me streaming it, you think it looks fun? Go ahead and pick it up yourself. It's a really, really great experience. And if you can enjoy it blindly, do it. If this is your first time, don't let a streamer spoil it for you. Go play the game yourself, and beat it yourself. You'll see how crazy and amazing this game is. And it deserves to be remembered, and it deserves to be played every Halloween. I'm going on another tangent again, so I feel like it's about time to wrap this up. So thank you for watching, thank you for lurking, and if you're watching the VODs on YouTube or Twitch, thank you as well. Really appreciate all the support, and I'll catch you guys next time. So might be tomorrow, might be Thursday, who knows, who knows, who knows. I feel like I might stream tomorrow, no promises though. I'm a little bit of a guerrilla VTuber. I don't do the schedule thing just yet, even though I could. It's just gotta mentally prepare myself. So thank you again for all the support and watching and lurking. I'll see you guys next time. Have a good night. Bye bye.